Good evening, everybody, and welcome. This is Obi-Wan Pez for Simplex Pachinko. We are doing some hauling tonight. So I had to get out the trucker hat, thanks to Astro Canuck for sending that on over after I won it on his stream. If anybody is interested in heading on over there at some point, that is where Tom lives, oftentimes doing Lego brick building type stuff, and as the name suggests, does a bunch of astronomy type stuff. So astrophotography is his kind of main Twitch activity. Alright, we are currently parked in HG. Oh, HG 7-208, which is my first HG system. The other ones have all been Tasheter Sector, with various letter number combinations after them. So this one's a little bit easier. We'll figure out where to go next after we complete this. It's going to be a while, so actually probably can't finish it tonight because we got a few other goods that are not on the cargo ship, so but we can go hunt some of those down with our Type 8, possibly actually put a shield on it and duck in through a couple of other systems. Probably end up getting arrested and tossed in space prison because we have a bounty in a few systems. Who was it? System owner bounty. You're not going to tell me, though. That's interesting. Who are you? Really? Probably East India Company, now that I'm thinking about it. Or Movement for Fujin Labor? That doesn't sound right. Anyway, I can just look it up here. Interstellar Bounty. Ah, yes, the Fatherhood. I ended up bombing a couple of ships of theirs as part of a the Psyche that's still going on. So our community goal is to help out Archon Delane, who is a famous pirate king here in Elite, and I've been helping out the pirates. Why would I do that? Why on earth would I ever think about doing that? Well, as it turns out, the pirates were fighting against the Empire, so and the Empire consists of Arissa Lavinie Duval, I believe. Power play. That one. Arissa Lavinie Duval, and Ashlyn Duval is her daughter, upstart, Nepo baby. I think she's also in on it. And so we fought against Arissa for the most part, maybe Ashlyn as well. So lately we've just been right, I need to get stuff. We need liquid oxygen at the moment. We're gonna bring a bunch of this stuff over, but it's just easier if we kind of stick with the same kinds of things. Once we hit 1427 on liquid oxygen, we just brought over 404, and we're just about to pick up another 404. Once we hit 1427, we'll move on to something else. I also picked up an auto launch because it's been easier to deal with on the landings. I probably don't get much use out of it here with my carrier on one side and the other carrier on the other. It was much better when it was inside of the Coriolis station. because then it would just figure out where exactly the parking pad was and do it by itself. But it does give me an extra about 30 seconds to talk with chat, just think for a minute. David Vidhausen, how's it going? Good evening and welcome. So we are doing space trucking for the evening, at least for most of it, and then we'll see what's going to happen toward the tail end of, probably we'll do about 2 hours on this, and then see what's going on for the hour or two after that. So we may end up not doing haulage, which would be nice. We can also hop into either something else in Elite or hop out to one of the other games entirely. I know my brother sent me a copy of The Swapper, which looked really weird. 27. I think it's this one. Yep. Okay. I could have done that faster myself. However, every time I land, I do slightly damage my gear, so yeah, we're doing all right. Had kind of a slow day. I was working on a little bit of genealogical history that my my great uncle sent over a copy of like a biography he'd done, or genealogical history of our family, and it's quite detailed for like his generation and before, but it appears that he got really bored or just lost it or lost track of it when it came to like his kids' generation, because there's just like a little tiny blurb on each of them. Didn't really, expound into anything, and I was just like, oh man, if I showed this to his kids, they might not be happy with him. But the last time it was updated was probably in the 1980s, because I had to look up a few people as far as when their death date was, and it was like, 1995. Like, okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yep, there we go. Got it. Now, in theory, I could fit 1 extra ton of material. Yep. But how are things? How are you all doing? Doing well today? Nice. Glad to hear. Okay, we go down to liquid oxygen again. This is the last 404, and then we'll be doing another, I meant to look at what we had in terms of fitting. Oh well. We do, generally speaking, want to, once we start pulling cargo, once we start pulling cargo, you want to keep going, just because it's so slow. Alright, so if we go to outfitting real quick. Tomorrow we got Tai Chi around here. My son's got choir in the morning. I have Tai Chi in the afternoon. No, we don't have a 1, which would be ridiculous anyway. But, let's see. All that is just also ridiculous. Why would I want to use those? Ooh. Expanded probe radius 5, right. I also had expanded probe radius 5. Ooh, that's nice. We'll take... This isn't really a ship that's designed for that, but... You know, I think we'll probably just take that one for now. Say never mind on the auto dock. And then modules. Nope, fire groups. Surface scanner can also be a 1. We'll do 2. That's fine. Probably works. Well, we'll see. I've had active be on 1 and passive be on 2. So, I'll probably just leave it like that. Alright. Right? Yep, we're good. Now I gotta remember to put my landing gear up and down. Because that's the other thing that the auto dock does for you. It wasn't that critical. Okay, so if we go to the bottom left corner there, where my picture is, that's unfortunate. You see 2 gauges, and they have a blue area. If you can get in the blue area, I'm on math night, aren't I? Yeah, it's alright. We'll fix it eventually. If you get both of them in the blue area, that's where we're able to pop in to normal space. And basically, as soon as it hits blue speed, I can throw the throttle forward as far as it goes, and we will still be able to make it within the appropriate distance. I don't think that's for me. No. It's 21. I want 11, which is right here. Alright, so we have 215 tons left. So our mini hauler here only fits 404 tons worth of cargo compared to our heavy, which fits 790 tons of cargo. However, the heavy is so slow whenever you get it into normal space, it just takes absolutely forever to get anywhere. You can actually run 2 laps of this and get 808 tons of cargo in the same time that the heavy will get 790. So, as long as you're quick about it and not like just stalling on the pad forever. In addition, the Type 8 is a lot more fun to just fly. It's got some serious zip to it. Pad 11. Have to burn off enough speed and have enough distance that it can actually put the gear down and lock them before you're able to land. Otherwise, you could seriously damage your stuff. All right, so one more time. Liquid oxygen, we need 215. And then we need any of the following. So ceramic composites we don't have. CMM composites we don't have. And titanium and water. I believe titanium is the only one of those we do have. Water we also passed on. Yeah. Right, we already got all of the aluminum, and we already passed on all of the steel. 189 on the titanium, which is going to put us at 245. With 5,300 to go. Not me. That one. Alright, 1.5 million, putting me up to 207 million, and we are 50% complete. Titanium left 5329. Check. And liquid oxygen 0. And ceramic and CMMs are left. And water. Yep. Alright, awesome. Okay, so I lied. I guess this won't be my last stream in this particular... Well, it'll probably be my last stream for it, but this won't be my last visit to this particular dock. I'm going to have to pull quite a bit of CMMs and ceramic composites from one of the systems around. Good news there is there are a lot of places to go to get all of those things. Alright, titanium.
What can we do for you, Commander?
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
So all the other stuff that we've got there is for one of the other systems that we've built stuff in. There is a location that is 400,000 light seconds away from like the main star, so it takes forever to get out there, unless you are in a fleet carrier like I am, at which point you can, well, up there is the fleet carrier, at which point you can hop your ship into the fleet carrier, jump out to said location, and now you can just haul stuff between those locations, and you'll be like, you know, 2 light seconds away like this is. It's a much shorter trip, much more pleasant. Okay, gotta burn off a little extra speed. There, that'll do it. Oh, shoot. Alright, my bad. Missed it. I was going just a little too fast, unfortunately. Alright, 25 is sunward side, and bottom corner seems right. 27 was the right corner. Do construction services. Bring forward titanium for 2.1 million. And we're off. Let's see, 404 is going to put us at 649. Anyway, hope y'all are doing alright. Gonna be hauling for at least 2 hours tonight, and then see where that puts us. May end up not quite completing this, or we may end up completely finishing the load that I can put here in this particular place, and then we'll hop over to a different system. Dump some of the other extra stuff off. That way we can also haul more stuff for next time. Why? 1.01 megameters. That's so sad. Has to be less than 1 megameter in order to jump into the location directly. So we throttle back all the way. A limp over the line. That gets us to proper distance.
We welcome your business at this carrier, Commander. Please enjoy the stay with us. Access granted. Proceed to allocated pad, Commander.
Alright, pad 9 is on the left side. Hop over. You also notice that all of this stuff is on the shaded side. Just missed. Oh, come on. There you go. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, titanium again. Go for another 404. Dawn is on tonight. And doing some math. Complex variables, right.
Class release confirmed. Departure confirmed.
Okay, keep that all the way in the corner. Zip out of mass lock range so that we can jump away. Wonder where these bug bites came from. It's weird. That one's 10 right there. Oop. Is that not 10? Yeah, it is. Okay. Whew. Got worried a second there. Anyone who knows her, the voice of our COVAS system, or the cockpit voice assistant, is Marina Certe, who was Counselor Deanna Troi on Star Trek The Next Generation, and also Matriarch Benezia from Mass Effect. The original one. Spoilers. May have to go get some dock leaves. So over here in the UK, there is a nasty plant called the stinging nettle, which has like super jagged leaves all the way around the edge, and like you see it, you know it. It's worse than poison ivy in a very different way. Yeah, my son ended up landing like arms first in a patch of it, because he was trying to stop himself from falling over, and he was just like ah, and it itches and stings. It's horrible. It's got some sort of natural, I want to say it's oxalic acid or something like that. Had to recently try to remove them. Oh. Yeah. So we ended up hearing a thing that was like, dock leaves are your best friend, around here at least. So I found some dock leaves, which are, very broad-leafed plants that, very rounded and large, and then, ripped one off, ended up chewing it up, and then like spreading it on there. It stopped burning in like less than a minute. So pretty decent. So for something like these, which look like mosquito bites, they probably are. Let's be honest. We've had really wet weather here lately, so with mosquito bites and stuff like that, it acts kind of the same way. It dries out everything that's there, kind of extracts the fluids that are in your building up in your arm. Allergic reactions, that kind of stuff. So it's pretty decent for those. Right, yeah. That was another thing that I was like, wow. There was a campsite that we went to recently with the scouts, and like some other kid fell into nettle, and he was okay, but it was kind of like, he was not happy. So I was like, all right, let's find some dock leaves. And I look around and there's none. I'm like, really? Like the one place where it'd be really helpful. So it turned out that they were there. It was just like, 100 yards away from where I was. Also next to nettle. The other one that helps is plantain. So there's a plantain weed both in Europe and in the States. In the States, it tends to be much more round-leaved. Nope. So the leaves tend to be about that big around on the medium-sized plants, and you can grab them, same deal, stick it in your mouth, chew it up a bit, and then paste it on, and ends up extracting any histamine reactions and things like that, dries them out just a bit. So helps for poison ivy, helps for all sorts. Just make sure you don't put your poison ivy infected hand in your mouth, because that would be bad. So, Zalm Tacitor, how are you this evening? Good evening and welcome. My name is Obi-Wan Pez, and this is our channel in Simplex Pachinko, where we do mathy type stuff on Mondays and Wednesdays, gamey type stuff on Fridays, and any extra run-over games that I feel like broadcasting usually are here on other days. So, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday usually end up being potential game days, but we almost never use them. Power play activities? Yep. Nice. Alright, we got another 404, which is going to put us to 1,053. Nope. 1,457. 4,117 remaining. Yep, there we go. Yeah, yeah. This is my 5th system, I think, that I'm working on now. Actually, I can check that. If only there were a device that would let me know. This is number 6 then. Yeah. Okay. So we've got Tashader Sector BGO A6-0 was my first, and it's got a whole bunch of stuff in it. And then we got these other ones kind of. What? Hang on. 0. Is that just remaining? Yeah. Okay. Right. Because that's done. And then we have Angstrom's Pride. Okay. Yeah. Man. I'm okay. So we've got all these other 5 systems that have been popped up. You know, I was going to stick to 1 because the one that I had was has like a decent number of things. They're all pretty much the same. It's like they're icy planets, not very impressive, but something to practice with, right? That I could throw around, you know, put some science stuff over here, put some manufacturing, industrial, you know, bar or 2 or whatever. And then when I got done with that, I planned out my next 5 things, and then another system came available that was like right next door. So I was like, well, I'll just take that one too. So I've gotten, you know, those 6 systems are maybe a little bit spread out-ish, but like basically anytime somebody fails to colonize one of these areas, I hop in and snag it, because if it's close to my other stuff, might as well. Even if it's not that profitable, even if it's not like whatever, it's still getting me practice, and it's still making me a very decent amount of money. I mean, you know, right? The constructions are paying pretty decent money for literally anything. But I'm also in the central systems, so like this is not out in the black where I can just take my time and get as many systems as I feel like getting. This is a very busy area. It's in the core systems. If I don't snag it, somebody else will very quickly. Looking to have Yuri Grum influence? Oh. How far out are you? I fear we may not be friends. No, I mean mine are pretty firmly within the Yongri influence. So there's almost no chance anybody else is going to take them unless there's a concerted effort. And the other thing I love about Liongri is I can literally go into any system and just start like toggling my target, and I mean, I guess that does pretty much the same for anybody, but I just end up collecting so many merits from like either just running in someplace and scanning everybody, or running in someplace and selecting the throw money at it missions. Just because he's so financially oriented, you just spend a couple million and you end up getting hundreds of credits. Super easy. Oh, man, come on. Yeah, I probably don't want Delane, Delane to come over. How is the world's favorite space communist doing these days? Oof. Oh yeah, David. Yep, Elite Dangerous is has been around since 2014. The original iteration was called Elite, and it was from 1984. If you look up some of the old um, um, some of the old like videos and stuff like that, it was just absolute bonkers. And nobody really understood how they were able to program something so sophisticated on such an early machine. I mean, it just kind of worked terribly well because the people at FDev like worked their rears off. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, Frontier First Encounters. What was the second? Oh, right, I wanted it empty. Yes, okay. It could have been really sad if that was the pickup point. Oh, just Elite 2. Frontier Elite 2. Okay. Which also makes complete sense. Something's not working with my alignments. It's ever so slightly off. Now, it could just be that we're further along the orbital period, and so it's slightly further, which means I'm making a longer trip, and then the speed's able to get higher. But earlier I was zipping between these two a lot faster, and basically there was a 0% miss chance. But so far I've missed already like three of these legs. Right side. So if you like flight sim, and if you like space, if you like anything in terms of like you know, having a pretty free open world type thing, you could do practically anything in Elite and be able to do, you know, practically anything and play almost any style of game that you want. So there's the flight sim aspect where you have a ship in space. There's also now driving around on planets, which has been around since like 2016. since Elite Dangerous Horizons came out. And you basically go around in a little SRV, reconnaissance vehicle, and just go exploring. You can do all sorts of missions, shoot things, do science. There's also all sorts. Or you can hop out now in Elite Dangerous Odyssey, which came out in 2021. Really came out in 2022, but 2021 was when a number of us joined the alpha. So we were able to get a sneak peek and show everybody else what was going on. But since Odyssey became available, we've been able to hop out on foot, and then you can go and like physically scan biological items or technology or a bunch of other stuff. There was a time, I don't remember where it was. Zombie would probably be able to tell you, but when an enemy from one of the old games came back, their name is the Thargoids. They're a ammonia-breathing creature. We don't know much about them. They're always seen in their ships, so we don't know what they look like, what they actually breathe, or anything. There's a whole lot of speculation on them. And they made a big comeback. And then we had the Thargoid War over the past year or two, where they've been flying megaships in, and we've had to destroy the megaships. Yeah, hive mind organic ships. Insectoid, as far as we know. Oh, yep, hacking the billboards. Always a nice, in theory, easy way to gain money. Alright, we have brought in another 808. That's 2265. Which gets us down to 3309. Cool. We are at 60% progress. Oh, that's not it. There we go. But in terms of like activities that you can do, there's hauling, which is the main thing that we're doing mostly now, because a few months ago we were introduced to colonization. So you can go and colonize areas of the universe and the galaxy. You can go colonize areas of the galaxy and bring them under your control. So you don't really control a whole lot of it. It's just kind of like what facilities are being placed in each location. And then you get bonuses on like synergistic layouts. So if you have an extraction facility that's able to bring their stuff to a refinery that is like, it's not on the same planet, but if it's like, I think around it in a moon, or if it's going to a space facility that does industrial, then it gives like special bonuses and things like that. If you want to learn to drive like me, good luck. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Boop Brigade. Enjoy your stay with us.
Yeah, right. You can bring political data, upload malware, stuff like that if you're on foot. Um, a lot of those missions get to be... A lot of them are really hard for newcomers, but they get to be easy once you know what they actually want. And figure out how to avoid people. Because like figuring out how to avoid security when you're doing something illegal is a definite fundamental skill. Sorry. Ads are going to start in 2 minutes. I completely did not leave that on the right screen. So we'll take a quick 3-minute break. Stretch, get up, grab some water if you need. Cycle it in and out. All sorts of good stuff. Grab snacks, do exercises. I am probably going to redeem good form, which is doing a martial arts form of some kind or another. Left side. Nice. 2905 remaining. Right is a 2669. Nice. Cool. Alright, so we will be back in 3 minutes. And we'll have time to talk about doing a martial arts form and whatever else needs to get done. So, see you in 3. Hello and welcome back. So tonight, might be good to do a karate form, because otherwise I'm going to forget some of these by the time we move back to Maryland. If that is, in fact, where we're going to end up. So anyway, good idea to stretch, loosen up, all that good stuff. Let's see. I guess we'll do, let's see, let's do a blue belt form, Pinon 5, I think. I don't really have space for it, unfortunately, because my kid keeps leaving all this stuff in the way. I'm gonna step on it and hurt myself, but that's okay. Alright. I'm going to forget some of this, definitely. So this is Pinon 5 from Tang Sudo Karate. So the first step is a left fugal inside out block, followed by a right, it's a right Chongul punch, but I think we stay where we are and do it that way. Come around, do the opposite on this side. So right Chongul fugal inside out block, followed by a right, nope, that's a left. Man. Left punch, Chongul stance. Yeah, definitely forget. Awesome. I have my karate stuff around here somewhere. Yep, there it is. C. Tension right to left. Yep. Tension right to left. Twin fist down block crossbow. Yeah. So we go from here, do a twin fist, cross block down, cross block up, and then we're taking that person's hand and grabbing it and doing a right side kick, and then I'm trying not to get it mixed up with my black belt form. Left hand punch. Oh, whoops. Slightly wrong. So, it was here, 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 here. That's it. So grab, and then throat punch. From here, now this is also a, step, throat punch. Nope. Man. No, hang on a sec. That's why. Right to the cross block. Left step. Grab that. There. There. There we go. Then we do a tension back to switch. And another. Yep. Load to right hip. Yep. So here we do a left chop, which is going for the throat, followed by a right crescent kick, which is essentially taking somebody's head, which you're holding here, and then slapping it, and you're just aiming for your hand, basically, as you do that. Right, that. Here. Then we step right onto right leg. What is that? Twin fist block? I don't remember that part. What the hell? Okay, I definitely don't remember that. So, to right forearm smash, key up, step right onto right leg. On toes. Yeah. Load to hips, same position. Translated. Oh. That. So after we do this, there's somebody coming from the right. So, oops. I'm just standing out of frame, it's fine. Yeah, thank you, zombie. Have a good night. So we strike with our elbow, and then we see somebody coming over here, so we kind of take a step behind with our left, clock them here, and also one to the sternum, and then we take a step left and don't even look, and it's just like a second strike here. Okay, then we come around. Right. Yeah. Here, here, come around, cross block down, and then, damn, cross block down, step right. Twin fist. Okay, then do the draw. Left hand around left hip for a fan. Right. Nope, that's not it. That's a different one. Look at that. And that's it. Okay. So let's start from the beginning. So we got inside out, Chongul. Yeah. Inside out, Chongul. Yeah. Cross block, twin fists, punch, step, punch again. Yeah. After that, that's where I get stuck. Came with throat punch again. Ah. Nope. Here, here, here. Down block, twin fist. Down, groin strike, grab. Nope. Groin strike, grab. Groin strike, grab. And then we end here. See, it's not the black belt forms that are going to kill me. It's not remembering my early ones. That's gonna be what's terrible. Righto. So now that we've had one of those, yep, there we go, minicam. Right, we are carrying 0. Launch. Okay, so, like I was saying earlier, I think we're going to go about 2 hours doing this, and then we're going to spend another 2 hours, 1 to 2 hours, doing something else. So we'll see exactly where we get, how we're feeling at each of the hour-long, after each of the hour break times. And if we start fading, probably just going to call it a night, and then let's be honest, probably play 9 Souls for a bit while I try to not have a coronary. My brother ended up getting me a game called The Swapper, so I think we're probably going to play that one next. I have no idea what it's about, and I get the feeling that that's precisely the idea. He could be also trying to kill me. Titanium, and we keep going. Major Finger, how's it going? Welcome back in. Anything going on this evening? So we're streaming, yeah, we're streaming Elite Dangerous as part of the colonization initiative. The idea is to build your own colonies within whatever star system you can find that's available. Colonization, yes. This is, however, the good kind of colonization because there are no other people that are living there. I'll show you the map in a second here. It's land, not loiter in somebody else's landing pad. Not that there's anybody else here, but nonetheless. Alright, construction services. We're going to drop off our 404 tons of titanium. We have 2501 left. 3073 for 2501 remaining. Excellent. I'm keeping a spreadsheet on the side so that I don't end up losing how much I need and all that good stuff. Because of course I am. So anyway, welcome to Elite Dangerous. Right here we have our map, which is currently in realistic mode. So we have Aldebaran, for example, is one of the stars that is actually real. Then there's also ones that are like Tashader Sector, blah, 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 whatever. Most of those I'm pretty sure are not real, and they were added by the Stellar Forge program that was put into Elite Dangerous by Dr. K. Ross, who is one of the main architects of the new Elite Dangerous game. There was an old Elite game from 1984. Oh, no. Yeah, not real life. 1984, 2014 rolled around, and they had already put out, I think, 3 Elite games back in the day. And then 2014 rolled around, and Frontier Developments came up with the new Elite Dangerous, where we have, for instance, somewhere around here, Sirius Sol. So we have here our actual current solar system with some extra bonuses thrown in, like, you know, stations, colonized moons and planets. Triton is, for some reason, off limits. It's permit locked. Nobody has any idea why. We all mostly suspect that there's something there. Either it's a testing ground that the devs use, or it's something that's hidden that you have to go on like a hunt for, and then come back here for one of the legs. Nobody knows. And we have all of our Kuiper Belt objects and other asteroids and things like that. So, cool stuff all throughout. Again, many of these star systems are real. Many of them are made up, and a lot of them are from the original Elite game, 1984. So Fujin, for example, is one of the original systems from Elite 1984. When we start zooming out a bit, you can see like all the connections that exist between each of the star systems and all the other star systems around it. There are economic types. There we go, toggle all. So you can go to each individual system, look for, let's say, a refinery system or an extraction system. Take those goods to a refinery system. Take a refinery, the refinery goods, bring those to an industrial system. Take those goods and you can bring them back around to any of the others depending on what they make. So there's all sorts of really cool stuff that you can do in terms of like economics. If you want to look at individual government types, they exist here. There are states, so if you want to look for a boom state, these are places that one or more of the factions that are there are having an economic boom. So generally speaking, their goods are going to sell for, or the stuff that they need is going to sell high. So you want to bring your goods from somewhere and bring them all here. Yeah, security systems. So if you're off and hunting pirates, you probably want to go to anarchy or low security systems. That's a little bit like EVE Online, honestly. Stellar classes are all here. Power play. Basically, if you work for one of the major powers, these are like, individual, high value individuals who like have particular alignments and whatever else. So you can go in and like work for one of them. I work for Li Yongri, who is a businessman who mostly like just throws money at problems. So I've got a lot of money in this game. It works pretty nicely for me to just go into a star system, land at a station, and be like, hey, who wants money? And suddenly they all like me for some reason. But when you want to work in a particular system, you look at the strength of that system. This is currently a fortified system, LHS 1547. The people who are working for Li Yongri have gained a total of 403 merit control points, and people who are trying to work against him have earned 61 points. So these typically you build up a lot when you're in like one of the ones that's on the edge, like on the border, typically. Huh, interesting. Okay. So like this one, for example, is trying to be built into a fortified state, trying to cement Li Yongri's control over the system. So the people who are working there have earned 4,142 points, and it's barely moved the needle. You can see that the white and the red are just slightly off from each other. It is moving upward, but very slowly. Something like Bond. Jerome Archer and Li Yongri are fighting against each other to try and control this system. Jerome Archer has instituted conflict. If Li Yongri makes it up to conflict, then there's going to be a different set of rules. Basically, the rules of engagement are go murder them. And you can target anyone from Jerome Archer at any time if both of you are above the conflict threshold. First one to control the minimum control score gets the system on the next cycle, which is on Thursdays. And then if both powers are past the control, then the one with the most points wins. Once you do that, you sit into a exploited state right at the beginning, and then you have to control it and build that up. Keep it exploited at the very least. If somebody comes around and knocks you back to unoccupied, then it's just going to go back to white state like this one. Right, so Li Yongri is almost going to control Wolf 1325, probably going to control it on this next cycle. Anyway, colonization, on the other hand, we have here the Tasher sector systems, which I have occupied. I have 6 total. I have 4, 5, that one too? No, invalid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is a 6th. Is it that one? No, it's that one. 6. You can see here, System Architect, Commander Obi Pez. If we go in, you can see what each of the systems has in it. This is one that we have here, Franklin Orbital Labs, named after Rosalind Franklin. And then we have orbital construction sites around this particular star, which is 297,000 light seconds away. It takes a little bit of time to go from one to the other. However, what I've done is I've said what we're going to do is hop our entire fleet carrier over to these sites and start throwing out all of the stuff that we need to build these places. So we have some extra stuff on our ship right now, on the fleet carrier right now, which is going to be delivered here in a few hours. Well, it's going to take a few hours. I don't know about if we're doing it tonight. All of them are slightly different. So we have here Tester Sector UEQ, which is just literally 2 spots around a brown dwarf. Yeah, around a brown dwarf star. So we have Elbert Cox Memorial. Yeah, it's basically just something that was put in as a government. No, not government. I think it's just a basic outpost that is here to help build some wealth. And then here we have the Giori Vista. I want to say that one's a government facility. So that will hopefully stabilize the security as well as improving standard of living and a little bit of wealth. Each of the individual sites does something just slightly different. And our original one, Tasher Sector BG-O A6-0. Yes, those are different. Ta-da! We have a whole bunch of stuff that is in here. A lot of it is under construction. So like Herjolfsson Prospect here. Currently under construction. Arkapov's Defiance is under construction. But we also have these which are done. So Fibonacci Beacon is a... Well, it's a beacon. It improves communications for this particular system, which improves standard of living and our like technological development or something. Hopper's Grace, named after Dr. Grace Harper, who was Dr. Rear Admiral Grace Hopper, who was one of the original people who built computers back in the 1960s. She was working for the Navy. And each of the individual planets also have... each of the individual planets can also have some items put on them. So here we have Archimedes Crucible. It is a refinery, which then improves the development level of this system by a huge margin and increases the wealth by moderate amount. There is one more spot available on that planet. As we see here, a 1 of 2. However, at the moment, we are building all that we can. You can only build 5 things at a time. As soon as this one, I return 140 titanium to this particular thing, it's done. It literally will take 2 minutes. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. That means that one of them is... No, not that. There's a thing. Faction? No. Points of interest. There we go. We can say, show me the ones that are under construction. So we have the 4 orbitals that were here, and we also have Good Prospect, which is a planetary construction site, which has a fairly decent amount of stuff that I still need to build for it. Need to collect. Yeah, 10,000 steel, 6,000 titanium. This takes a long time to actually collect everything and then return it. Sky Blue Devereaux is one of our friends. Woo! Had a first footfall in this particular system years ago. And we have our science located on the furthest planet. This one's Banneker Laboratories, named after Benjamin Banneker, who was an astronomer and almanachist. He was one of the two people who were mainly writing almanacs for like farmers in and around the Philadelphia area. The other one being Benjamin Franklin, who was a friend of his. Banneker was also a freedman. No, he was a free man. He was born the son of a slave and a freedman. His father was freed, and his mother. No, I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look that up again. But anyway, so yeah, named the laboratories after him. I got a few other ideas of names to put on various locations. So I attempted to stick with mathematicians of some stripe or another. Cedric Firani was a French Fields Medal winner who went on to run for French Parliament and won for a session or an election cycle. He then ended up leaving and not. I don't know if he went for re-election or if he didn't bother, but so yeah, a governmental forum here to try to help build the standard of living in the system. Standard of living is also hurt by an asteroid city. Like, this is attempting to build a city inside of an asteroid, and the standard of living tanks for some reason. Apparently people like living where there's stars, or I don't know. Yep, so that's where we are. Currently we're in HG. What is this? All right, nobody's here for this. HG 7-208. Looks like this. This one is 70,000 light seconds away to here. That'll take us probably about 2 to 4 minutes to get out to these two sites. Which again, you can hop the fleet carrier there and be there in, well, you could do it once every 15 minutes. But usually what we do is we hop the fleet carrier out to a material-rich system, start pulling stuff from those sites onto our fleet carrier, and then jump it out to whatever location we need. In this case, we have our colonization ship here, and then start loading her up. So here we've got 2,500 titanium left, and then we have to go hunt down some water, CMM composites, and ceramic composites. So the whole process will take a few hours, but we do have some fun with it. Uh-oh. Oh no, did we crash? Uh-oh. Elite might have crashed. That's not nice. Alright, so we have to go over to here. Go Elite Dangerous is 33.7 and Sig Term. Alright. Let's see. Go back. Try again. Client. Great. So, we still have 1 week and 6 days. Oh, I thought that was wrong. It said 1 week, 5 days earlier, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I just read it wrong. At any rate, we're going to head over to our fleet carrier. And head in for a landing and pick up more supplies. With 2,500 titanium remaining, we're going to take about six more trips. I think the last one is probably going to be with our Type 9, which is the heavy hauler. This is the Type 8, the light hauler, which does a phenomenal job and has wonderful handling. Oh, why, hello, Jesse Mach. Certainly hope you weren't targeting me. Any algebraists here? Somewhat, RGP. What are you looking for? Nope, that's not what I want. I do know Dawn is also, or yes, Dawn is also on. Looking for a theorem if it exists, don't know where to find it. Okay. What are you looking for? Okay, invariant under SO2, for example, the following polynomial, where are in SO2? Sum, product, or sum. Only norm and inner product are the fundamental building blocks of such polynomials. Is it true? What's the theorem called? Okay. Yeah, I think that one's probably above my pay grade. Zach would probably know. I don't know if he's in Dawn's or if he's in Dr. Gold's. Oh, you were just in Dawn's. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Gold signed off. I'd say best bet. Zach would be under, would be in Dawn's, but yeah. launch. Hmm. I don't know if I don't know if it helps any, but or is it talking about the inner product space? That's weird. All right, 404 is 3477. 2097 remaining. Cool. Yeah, I was wondering if that was the inner product space. Or something like that. Or if it involves the inner product space. That's a good question. um, Hausdorff pre-Hilbert space is a real vector space or complex vector space with an operation called an inner product. Inner product of two vectors in the space is a scalar. Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, I was looking up specifically I put in search terms polynomial, invariant, norm, and inner product. Invariance of an inner product on polynomials is important in areas like Fourier analysis. A few of the search results involve the Bombieri norm, number theory, and algebraic geometry related to the invariance of certain inner products. Apolarity is a concept in invariant theory that relates to inner product of polynomials and their covariance. Unfortunately, like I said, this is beyond my pay grade, but this is more of an algebra question, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, RGPT. Yeah. This is well beyond anything that I specifically learned, but quite possibly. But if we refine this with invariant theory, that's just giving me most of the same stuff. University of Chicago lectures on representations of finite groups and invariant theory. Yeah, okay, good. I was worried for a second there that I, yet again, left my fleet carrier empty, but no, I just left the drop-off point empty, which is what I want. Yeah. Unfortunately, I did not, I didn't actually do pretty much any analysis before my master's, and then it was just all real and complex and matrix theory, a couple smaller things like that.
We see you out there, Commander. Let us know if you'd like to dock.
So yeah, I'd say that if you try, do you have
Landing pad has been assigned to you.
do you have Zach's Discord? You could also post it in Pens if you have his. Either of them would probably be able to at least point you in the right direction. Alright, so Zach is e to the 2I pi. And Pen is Pen Center. Let me...
Combat confirmed. Commence shutdown. Our services are at your disposal.
And I think both of them keep their Discords pretty wide open. Anybody who has any questions, usually pop on in. But good luck. Sorry I can't help you. Not my area of expertise, unfortunately. Or not even something I have studied in the past. Yeah, thank you. You too. Alright, so we have more titanium. And hop off.
Ship release. You have this off.
Should have gone the other way, actually. Rolled left. Because we were already on the left side of the ship, so that would have been much shorter. And smaller angle to pass through. We're going to hold it right at about 6 seconds until our speed drops enough that we can basically just punch the throttle. There. Maybe not. That should do it. Yep, we're good. Alright, gotta come from tower side, which is over here. Once we hit 7.5 kilometers, request docking. 10 is on this side. Uh-oh. And we use the upward thrusters, which normally on planets help counteract gravity, to turn into you turn into movement and then thrust against it, and it usually stops you pretty quick. 1693, and we do 3881. 1693. Excellent. Still accounted for. Barely made that one. So it's not like it really would have mattered. It would just, we'd end up missing, and then have to do a loop of shame, which at this distance is actually pretty short. Whoa. Hey Viv, how's it going? We're doing alright. We're currently emptying our inventory. 404 tons at a time. The Galactic Fleet Carrier Zhang Yitang can carry upwards of 20,000 tons, and so we're currently at about 13,000. Well, if it can carry about 20, then we're down to about 7,000 tons left. Then we're heading over to the colonization ship, Pronhargo. Interesting. What's it got? Oop. Hard points. I don't think I've heard of that one. Or at least not by that name. We used to absolutely love having a couple of shrimp dishes that we had, usually with pasta. But unfortunately, it turns out my spouse is allergic to shellfish. Yay! Kind of dumpling. And the good news is that that's the only real, like, seafood that we kind of miss is shrimp, but it's alright. Yeah. So every so often we go back to New Hampshire. And like we'll go to Hampton, New Hampshire, which is where like a lot of our family is near there. We'll go to the clam, you know, the like lobster restaurants and things like that. She can never really go and eat there, or if she does, it's fine. It's just like, you know, just don't like, you know, cross-contaminate, which they get it this day and age, especially the restaurants understand. They'll be real careful. But they there was this one time we were sitting outside and she walks into the restaurant to go to the bathroom where the toilets are, and just walking by the kitchen, it started like irritating her throat. She was just like, "This is awful." It's the steam coming out of the kitchen. She was just like, "I can't do this." 42.85 leaves 12.89 remaining. Good. Still accounted for. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Pick up titanium. Almost done with this batch. Lol. Sorry, tower. So it wasn't to the extent where she needed to use an epi. She was just like it just started itching and irritating her. And then once she was outside again, it was fine. But It was just kind of like, oh, well, this is escalated now. Yeah, kiddos are doing alright. They're just finishing up school. Had a bunch of events this week. And, oh, so close. 1.13 megameters. Damn. Yep. So, I think like most of the kids that are here are actually out of school already. Or really close to it. Ours have got like another week and a half or something like that. So, it's not too bad. No, 2.5. 2.5 weeks. We got some dates planned for them to go to camps. We got some dates planned for us to just go off and see the countryside, because mostly our vacations have been not England. Because, like, why wouldn't you, right? You're in a place that's got so many different places. Why not see the other places? So we're gonna do like days and weekends just around England, usually within simple train or driving distance. 4689, 885. Good. Okay, so at this point, this sucks. I'm gonna run 2 and get us down to 77 tons, and then go get water from one of the nearby systems. Yeah, that'll work. Get water from one of the nearby systems. That's another thing my carrier does not have on it. So yeah, we're gonna walk. Gonna go drive around and definitely see like Northumbria and some of the Midlands and the Lakes District, because we've never been. Might have to pop up to Thirsk, say hi to Sensation.
Hello, Commander. Please stay aware of other ships around this carrier. Clearance granted. Move directly to your landing pad.
Nice. It's one of the benefits of the ship. It is so ridiculously agile.
Landing
Nope.
commence shutdown. Enjoy your stay with us.
right? I don't have water? I don't think so. Commodity trading. We just want all of the items that we have in stock. Biowaste, non-lethal weapons, pesticide, yeah. Pesticide and liquid oxygen. It's the only ones in the chemicals list. We don't have any water, which is also a chemical. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly going to happen. Congratulations on the kid, though. That's
Landing plans disengaged. Restrict speed until a carrier is far behind you.
I think it all depends on what your goals are for the trip itself. Because, like, if you want the kid to be engaged, you can either say, nah, doesn't much matter. They're not going to remember it, or they're going to be miserable anyway that we go anyway. Or you could be like, well, you know, family visits, obviously, it's just, you just go see family. But, like, Disney or something like that, you know, we went with ours when our second was 2. And he doesn't remember any of it now, but it was worth it, you know, in the moment. Our oldest, who's now 12, remembers some of it. She was 6-ish. And then we went recently to Euro Disney last year. And stayed the rest of the week in Paris proper. So it was pretty nice. Nine. Ooh, other way. I mean, like, for us, right? Our goals were almost always just to go see a place, and like we figured the kids are going to either like or hate it no matter what, and just giving them different experiences. We almost always end up now going to a zoo, like no matter where we go. That's like the first question our son asks. That was ads. Curses. Yeah, so like the first question our son asks is, where's the zoo? Can we go there? Don't know if we should have made it a tradition going to a zoo pretty much every time we go somewhere. Which apparently we have. I didn't think we had. Ooh. Did that question get answered? Maybe not. You better watch out, that might backfire. Okay. Yeah, so when we first got to the UK, we went to, we didn't have our passports because we had to send them to the Home Office to, in order to get our visas and stuff like that. So, like, we can't leave the country. So we were like, let's go to Wales, because that's not that far. So we ended up driving, which it's a good haul, but it was not terrible. And so we went to Aberaeron, which is one of the seaside towns, and the castle that's the castle. One of the castles that's pretty close to Aberaeron. I don't remember exactly what it was called, but you know, somewhere in that area. And kids liked it, at least, you know, well enough. It was exciting. They got to hang out on the beach, which in Wales in the spring is freezing cold. So they've got like their full swimsuits on, which have not that much in the way of thermal protection. But it was also pouring rain. It was great. We did actually pick up yeah, DIY Welsh because I'm a sucker for languages. No, I mean, the trip, yes. Welsh, yeah, not really. Has like pronunciation guides and helps in the front, so it's kind of interesting. Alright, when we go and get the water, that's going to be like our... I think that's probably what we're going to do for Elite, and then hang that up. So that we might end up doing an hour or two on steering wheel. That's fun. Was it like custom? Stock? Why? Why? I guess the other reason could be to just inconvenience him, just 'cause, but like... Alright, so 77 titanium, then we go get water. Oh, it's fun because I when we went to Aberaeron, I found like a phone that was just on its own. I'm like, well, that's not going to be helpful. What was it, like a BMW? But yeah, I found this phone on the beach, and I was like, okay, so this is probably a kid's. And then I, like, it was ridiculous. I was standing on the beach, just kind of like, I'm gonna just wait here and see if anybody comes by, like, looking for it. Nobody did. So I eventually got in contact with, managed somehow to, like, get...
We are ready to receive docking request. Access granted. Proceed to your allocated path, Commander.
It was, like, one of the kids' friends called his phone. So I was like, hi, so, look, I found this thing, can you please call his parents? Found his phone, it was on the beach, can you please call his parents? And the kid's like, what the hell? Like, you're not the guy I was trying to call. I'm like, yes, I know. Just, do you have his parents' number? Please call them.
Landing complete. Clamps engaged. Welcome to our carrier, Commander.
Alright, I'm gonna pick up the rest. Is gonna be water. We want to get water from... I have it on my spreadsheet. We want to get water from Fujin. Where is Fujin? Eight light years. That is a good jump. Nice and short. Yeah. Fujin Spaceport. There is one place to go. Nice. Alright, heat is unfortunately building up. But that's alright. Burn off some speed. There we go.
Find all of the songs of the summer in one playlist. Summer Hits 2025.
Alright.
From Rose and Clean Bandit. Fred Again. Ed Sheeran.
So eventually his friend was like, okay, I'll call his parents, and called his parents, and then they called his phone, and then I gave him my number. I was like, okay, so here's my number, and we're at, this location. It was on, I mean, like, our place was like 2 blocks from the beach. It was pretty sweet. Just a little Airbnb. And she's like, oh, alright, well, thank goodness he found it, and we'll be over it, at some point in the next 2 hours, whenever. So they ended up coming only a little bit later, and then we all, our family went to dinner. We still had time to get to dinner. 11. I don't know. It was like an iPhone. Actually, it might have been an Android now that I'm thinking about it. I don't even remember. I wasn't looking at it. It was not mine, and I wasn't really that interested. Alright, so we're going to buy out as much water as we can. So fill up with 327 tons. Purchase. And then we go to the mission board. Now this is the thing that my particular faction really likes to do. We go to the support missions and we say, oh look, you want money. Donate $1 million to the cause, or 1 million credits to the cause. Sure. Right, this is going to, we're already allied with this group, so it doesn't really help. Yeah, here we go. So the faction reputation for the movement for Fujin labor is cordial, but with the 2 donations here, I think we'll probably make friendly. There it is. And we're allied with that one, so. So you notice my credits at the top right corner is 231 million. We started tonight with about 180 and have made back, roughly speaking, 50 million in credits for all of that stuff that we just sold to the construction site. We also want to figure out if there is a place... Yeah, here we go. Interstellar Factor. Nice. So we're going to pay off all of... Oh, no, that's bounty vouchers. So we're going to collect bounties that we've bombed the hell out of people. And these are bounties that are made against us for blowing up some random ships. So I'm going to pay 33,000 credits, and then it'll clear my name. What do you mean I can't click? Apparently we need to go to jail for that one. Hey, and we could sell political data from Beta 3 Tucani. 262 merits. Nice. And 525 merits. And 89 merits. Woo! We need to sell data from system Jeu in order to get anything there. I don't know how exactly. We can't probably... Yeah, we can collect that one. Can't collect these because we have too many of them, unfortunately. And no bounty vouchers. So we don't have any... No. Okay, so... Punks. Alright, fine. Yeah, I think I'm right. We probably have to go to jail for that one. Almost. Almost. Alright, pay for repairing the ship's integrity. Fujin labor got bumped up to friendly. Okay, and then we set course back to where we came from. System colonization ship, because we got the rest of that.
Station limits exceeded. Imperial Flight Operations Bureau wishes you well on your journey.
Ooh. Oh, we're getting skippy. Launch. Let's see. That one. Come on. Right. 327 into water. It's going to leave us 294. Excellent. And we have 77 extra going to titanium, which is going to bring us up to 5574 total, delivered for 0 remaining. Excellent. Alright, so we need 294 remaining on water. I don't think that has any of this stuff. So, we'll just fill this ship with water. For some definition of fill with water. And nope, that's not what I want. Fujin. What do you know? Viv, there's a another Elite Dangerous streamer named Rain Man Games, who lately he's been doing Dune, which is not any surprise. I mean, pretty much all the Elite Dangerous streamers are now playing Dune. But every time somebody subs, he's just like, "Whoa, 8 months? That's almost a year. Whoa, 24 months? That's almost a year." I imagine that's the kind of humor that most people around here probably like, so. So if anyone is interested in the Elite Dangerous type people, the two that I know offhand, going to be Rain Man Games and Mint Toby. Marketplace, so not always. You can do just about anything you want. The like main core mechanic of like I want to earn money is probably easiest if you know how to read markets. Because generally speaking, you know, what you can do is you could go over here and say, all right, I want data on the markets. I want to know where there is an extraction economy. So these places, all these places in red, have an extraction economy. So if you go here, you can find an individual system within, I can't do it because I don't have the map of that system, but Hodor. We could go to Aranak here and say like, okay, where do they have an extraction economy? That is probably most of these. Yeah, it's probably most of these. Cultivation, Newton, not really. Okay, maybe not those. Extraction. Anyway, you could find one. Industrial exchange is probably a good one. That's an industrial settlement. It may not itself be extraction, but it's something industrial anyway. So you can go to a number of these places, and oh, right, I could go over here to points of interest and look it up, because there's probably some sort of like mining settlement. Looks like this. Heo Forge is refinery, so that's the next step up. Industrial depots, just industrial. Manufacturing, industrial. Man, driving me nuts here, guys. Anyway, so you should be able to find some place that has an extraction facility. Yeah. Most of the time it says like extraction right on it, or mining or something like that. So you go to one of those places and you can grab raw materials. Then when you take the raw materials over to a refinery site, you can either refine them yourself or sell the raw materials to the refinery and pick up the finished goods. Take those over to a manufacturing plant. The manufacturing plant then will take all of your refined goods and then give you some like basic tech, you know, some like machines. You take the machines to like a high-tech world, and the machines help the high-tech world build high-tech stuff. So you get like computers and other stuff that's on high-end electronics. So you can eventually start working your way up through, like, literally go from one settlement to another and just grab item after item after item. If that's not really your cup of tea, that's fine. You could go to like a low security or anarchy system and just start murdering pirates. You could also go to a particular governmental kind of place and start asking like, what do they want? There are also aliens in this game. They're called Thargoids. The Guardians are a second type of alien that was sent to quell the Thargoid like attempt to take over the galaxy or something. There's a lot of lore that goes behind it, but also we don't really know what's true and what's not. You could pledge yourself to one of the four. You could pledge yourself to one of the four powers that are here, so the Federation, the Empire, the Alliance, or Independent. And usually you pledge yourself to either a corporation or a squadron. And then you do work for them specifically. You work your way up through the ranks. Squadrons are human run, so like it's at the whim of the person that's running it what your rank is. I think I'm still rookie. even though I've been with this group for like 2 years. It's fine. The Federation, Empire, and Alliance, if you work for them specifically, you move up in rank. And like I'm a fleet admiral of the Federation or something like that. So it's nice, but it doesn't actually mean anything. It does mean, however, that I have access to high-level ships, so that I can purchase high-level ships that are like Federation tailored. You could work for one of the superpowers. So these are 12 people who kind of like run the galaxy. They own these systems. And they are fighting over the white systems. So that one, for example, is being fought over by Jerome Archer and Pranav Antal. Jerome Archer is the president of the Federation. He was duly elected, etc., etc. There's also a secondary. Felicia Winters is the like liberal wing of the Federation, and she broke away from the rest of the Federation. Li Yongri is that guy. He is a businessman who kind of like, if anything goes wrong, he just kind of throws money at the problem till it goes his way. And that's why I got a whole bunch of merits when I went to that station and just started throwing money at people, because I belong to his group. So anybody within our system type is very amenable to that sort of behavior. Pranav Antal is like high tech, so this is more of your like somebody he's more of a tech bro, honestly. Archon Delane is a pirate king. Yuri Grom is a space communist. It's not just the beard, I promise. Edmund Mann is... what is he? I think he's Empire, so he's like... oh no, he's Alliance. So he's been working sort of with Asterisk, Nakato Kane, and then like they diverged and went their own separate ways. Leong Ri and Pranav Antal are independent, so they don't actually deal with each other all that much. And then you have the Empire groups over here, the ones with the birds. You have Zemina Torval, who's like been some sort of queen forever. You notice that here more people have chosen to undermine Zemina Torval in Ro Puppis than support. I mean, pretty much everybody's got one of those systems, but nonetheless, it's funny. Ashlyn Duvall is the princess of the Empire slash... no, these are not real people in game. They are controlled by Frontier Developments, the developers of the game. And they control the elements that are going on, like the events that are going on in-game that will have some sort of narrative effect on what's going on. Purple is Arissa Lavini Duval, who is the actual Empress. But like all of these other three have kind of broken away from them. Who's this one? Yeah, Denta Petraeus is also Empire aligned, but I don't remember what his deal is, why he left. A bunch of these people actually were in the game like a year ago, and a bunch of them were added new because the old version of the powers was so weighted incredibly heavily toward the people who gave the best items for aligning with them. So like if you aligned with the former president of the Federation. There was only one. If you aligned with him, he would give you what are called pacifier blasters. So it's like a super close range weapon. It heats up metal flechettes to become a plasma, and then just blasts them out of the cannon. They're called pacifier rounds. Basically, if you hit somebody with 2 or 3 of them at point blank range, like, they're just done. It's over. The fight's done. Oh yeah, and there's fighting and stuff like that too in space. Like I said, we've been doing colonization. So here, whoa, nope. We have my system, the one that I'm working on. We have the other systems that I have in yellow. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Cool. Found them all. And all of these other ones are unclaimed. So in theory, if we start from one of these systems and then look for an unclaimed system, we might be able to, if they're within the appropriate bubble space, we might be able to claim them and then start building something for start building something in that system. You're only allowed to have one pending system, so one system that you are working on at a time, in order to put a first base in it. But as soon as you put up that first base, you're allowed to take however long you want on the rest of the stuff, and then you can now move on to grab another system if you want. So we could also go in here, look at the mission board, and we can work for East India Company, Fujin Gold General Organization, Movement for Fujin Labor, Fujin Jet Electronics Limited, Hand Gang of Fujin, and the Nobles of Fujin. So they also have governmental types. The nobles are feudal and independent aligned. All these guys with the, like, dragon, bird, whatever that is, are independent aligned. And we have a democracy, a corporate, an anarchy, and a feudal. Nice mix. Here we have a federation aligned corporation, and here we have an empire aligned corporation. East India Company is an empire-aligned corporation. And yes, in theory, it is that East India Company. Notice the year over here. So yeah, it might still be that East India Company, even though it's 1,300 years in the future. So if we just select all of them, we can look at different types of missions. We have like combat, straight just murder people, transportation, bring something over there, freelance, which is typically go find a thing for me, or go get some data off of a settlement. Operations, which typically end up being some sort of either surface scans or planetary settlement scans, or really? That's fascinating. Oftentimes they'll send you to a fleet carrier that's run by the game itself and have you like scan a part of the fleet carrier or blow up a part of the fleet carrier. So you've got like all sorts of individual things that you just can do. There's also just go out and explore. So if you want to, you could just say, you know what, I want to go to user data. This is like all the different services that you can get from individual stations. This one is, I'm going to select everything that I have not visited. So like, I've never visited any one of these places. I can now just hop into it and map the stuff that's in that system, and I might be the first person ever to do that. Even though this is a very popular area, some of these systems just don't get visited, like, ever. Because there's this many. Right? Like, you can go to any one of these star systems, and this is toward the center of the galaxy. It's 22,000 light years from where I am. My ship has a jump range of about 30, and my fleet carrier has a jump range of 500 light years. So I could go and jump out to a place, get some fuel, throw it in the jump drive of the ship, of the fleet carrier, and then jump to another place, get more fuel, throw that in, and I could just keep doing that anywhere I want to go. Right? There are literally, I think, billions of star systems that you could go to. People have made it all the way to the other rim of the galaxy. It's a popular challenge to jump in to... Not that one. Nope. Okay. What's the name of the supermassive black hole in the center of the universe, or the center of the galaxy? I thought it was Sirius A star. Oh, is that? Nah, it's just way back at the... Okay. Yeah, it's 61 light years away. Oh, Sagittarius. Okay. There we go. Sagittarius A star. 25,959 light years away. It is, quite literally, the black hole in the center of the galaxy. Right? You can hop to any one of the systems immediately around it, and then hop over to Sagittarius A star and kind of like fly around it. You can look at it. It's pretty cool. If you get too close, you get pulled into the exclusion zone, which is blocked off. So like you jump out of frame shift, which is the warp drive. Shh, it's not really a warp drive. Several people have done it, taken pictures. They look great. Oh, man, I almost left without actually purchasing goods. That would have been embarrassing. How did I miss that? Oh, right, because I only need... I did it last time. Oh, here's an item. Right, Fujin T is a rare good that can only be from Fujin itself. If you take Fujin tea, which is at a price of 1,545 credits per ton, and you take it anywhere else outside of about 20 light years, its value starts increasing. And then as you go further and further away, it becomes more and more valuable. So if you took some Fujin tea out to, I don't even know, somewhere like 200 light years away, it reaches a maximum value of like 10,000 credits or something like that, maybe 15,000 credits per ton. So if I fit 404 tons in this ship, that's a pretty decent amount of money. Now, unfortunately, it does only have 23 tons available at the moment, so it's one of those things. If you don't feel like doing that type of stuff, there's also on foot items were added somewhat recently, and you can go and like do on foot combat. So this is doing kind of standard, your standard fare first person shooter type stuff. So you go and fight for a particular faction, gain rank and merits for working for them and fighting against a particular another faction. You increase their standing within a system, so yeah, it'll be listed here. Yeah, so if we go with this one, go with factions, right? Serious Special Forces, 88.7% influence over this particular system. You increase the influence of a particular corporation, whatever, faction, and then you get extra bonuses, you get more locations that have been taken over by that particular group, and they run stations and other stuff in order to give you better resources. And if it's your corporation, if it's your particular faction that you've signed up for, then you get bonuses. So alright, so we're going to jump over here and drop off the rest of this water. And then we got to bring the rest of the goods that are on our ship. That's not what I want. I want the one at the top of the list. The amount that's been collected. Yeah. That's a place. It's this line. Right, where's that? LHS 163, B and C. What aligns better? Looks like B, maybe. I think they're reasonably close to each other. Certainly hope so. That one. that was 294 for that one. Which gets us up to 621. Okay, so that leaves 483 for ceramic composites, 4402 for CMMs, and that is it. So in theory we could get this done tonight, but I don't want to keep going. I'll get it done tomorrow. We're going to now take our fleet carrier. Nope, that's not it. And we want to jump. LHS 163. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope. Come on now. LHS 163. Focus location. Okay, now we go here, view system. We want to jump out to, let's see, what do we have left? Bioreducing lichen. I think that's what we want. Okay, so this is going to get us crop harvesters. Nope. Cool. There we go. Agrimedicine, crop harvester, bunch of stuff. So Shun Depot is where we want to go. Set the carrier destination. Ease. Okay, we've got 15.5 minutes before that's going to happen, which means we can hop out to... Nope. Hop over to the ship, drop off the rest of this water, and then make one more real quick run to another system. We can get 400 of something to bring out there. I think I would like it to be in insulating membranes, which is in Metzili. Also, we can't screw this up that bad. It's got to be a quick trip. I'm glad I'm in this particular ship. Four, three, two, one. Got 10 minutes until the landing pad's locked down. Should be enough time. I say should. Transfer all water. Nothing yet. at CD. 22.38. Go, go, go. I know. And I want ings. Ah. Damn. Ings. There. Where are we? Alright, so we have to get back to the ship, otherwise we have to go the long way around, which is very long. Like I said, about 400,000 light seconds. This was 50. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh no! This is one of the places that hates me. I think, yeah, I probably can't do this. Man. Oh well. Oof. You know, I tried. I really did. Boo. Remanded to the nearest detention facility. Man. 0 credits. Jerks. Okay. So let's see if we can maybe stop. I think we want to stop the carrier. 9 minutes. But it's going to lock down. Okay, so jump locked. That's cute. What do you mean locked? Apparently can't stop it? That's cool. Oh, no. I see. Damn. That should not be there. Alright, I'm definitely cheating here. Insulating memory. It thinks that I'm at Ing's hub, which is definitely not where I am. I am. I am so confused. It said it was taking me to a detention facility. That is so messed up. I love it. Alright, next question. Can we actually make it? Probably not. I wasted a lot of time there talking. Thinking that I was going to be completely and utterly screwed. Holy hell. Ooh, I don't know if I can make it. It's gonna be close. Alright, sorry, ad break. Apparently. No time. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Pushing this real hard. Normally I don't max out the throttle unless we're... Five minutes. Oh, that means I got time.
We see you out there, Commander. Let us know if you
1 minute.
this carrier has scheduled a high
Plenty of time, but still, that is... Whoa.
access granted. Please follow standard docking protocols, Commander.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright, and then I think we got time still to get to the bridge. Anybody who's around, you're going to want to see this. Right, so if you have never seen a fleet carrier jump, you're in for a treat.
Landing complete. Solid approach. Enjoy your stay with us.
Right, so it closes the overhead doors and then lets us out, which is kind of unusual for most of these ships. Typically, when you get pulled down, you get put back into a bay where your ship can be worked on. But I think that might just be for stations and whatnot, so there's still, in theory, some room. They can basically put your ship in a loading zone. Alright, got locked down. we go. So for that time when the horn goes off, all of the landing pads have a door that closes over them so that they can't be used anymore. Within 1 minute left. We did it. Dun, dun. There we go. Powering frame shift drive. I don't watch much in the way of sports. At this point, it's just like watching the kids' stuff. Which, in the UK, very different. Obviously, football / soccer is the same, but the skill level is very different. And over here, instead of baseball, we have rounders, which my spouse has said is absolutely bonkers. Time to rip a hole in space-time. Alright, so it rips a hole in space-time. We drive the ship in to that rip. We then go through what's called witch space. So we have this nice cloud-looking stuff that we're jumping through. So we're traversing hyperspace. We get the exit to the portal. It opens up in the system that we're targeting, and anybody can go to the target to the jump, and then that was not that impressive. Come on. And then reactivate services. We may now get up. Yeah, we don't really watch all that much in the way of sports. We do, however, occasionally go to like rugby matches and things like that, because we've got a lot of teams in town. Or like, you know, we can go to Leeds, which is not a very long trip, and they've got some pretty good teams over there. Okay. 4, we should still be full. Insulating membrane. Where do I need to put insulating membrane? All of them. What do I want to do first? We can get the relay up somewhat quickly. So if we go to the relay and the agricultural site, okay, so if we go to the relay, we should probably trade out some of this stuff. Transfer all, and then pick it back up. Relay site needs aluminum. Kind of a lot. That's 404, so we could fill up on this trip alone. And then... I should have looked where this is first, or how far away it is. It's alright. Okay. Ugh. I don't know which one's which. Alright. So we need to go here. Shun and Azu. It's the agri-medicine, so that's our agricultural site. Aluminum here at Azu Vista. Well, I mean, both of them need it. No, if we... Okay. It's kind of annoying. It doesn't tell me how far away it is. If we put in the stuff for this site first, right? It's a lot of little things. We can increase the security rating of this system, which will then protect us against pirate raids and things like that. So we'll do that. Go here. Right, this told me the distance. That's fine.
Ship released. Departure confirmed.
No help there. Okay, cool. Construction services. Put in the 404 aluminum here. And remaining 593.
Welcome, Commander. Please request docking permission before approaching a landing pad. Permission granted. A landing pad has been assigned to you. Landing successful. Commence shutdown. Welcome, Commander.
Is that all of it? Yeah, okay. So bring all the aluminum over to the relay. Ceramic composites, we don't have any, otherwise I would have put it at the other place. Computer components and copper. Computer components are 24. And also 12 to the other one. Do we want to make that loop? Not really. Copper. None. Okay, food cartridges. Yes. We have 29. Fruit and vegetables. 10. Insulating membrane. We just picked those up. 120. Liquid oxygen, we don't have any more. Polymers, I don't think we have. Semi and superconductors. I got semiconductors, 39. Superconductors? Apparently not. Power generators. Yes. 10. Yep. Water. And water purifiers. 25. Water purifiers, 15. I might have used them all. Nope, nope, there we go. And then we've got still another 100 and some odd left. Oh, liquid oxygen. How much do we have? All of it.
You're listening to Biceps Track Glue. If you like what you hear, tap the banner and listen now on Spotify.
Ship released. Departure confirmed.
Just out of curiosity, how far away is the other place? 8,000, 9,000. That's not terrible. Certainly a lot closer. Damn. Ugh. 388 kilometers. That is terrible. Would, in theory, take us about 15 minutes to get there, but we're not going to play that game. So, just charge up the frame shift drive, drop the throttle to 0, and then as soon as we can, drop back out. And there we go. As long as you're within 1,000 kilometers, it'll kind of auto-lock for you. Okay, so we're going to deliver everything and then sort it all out. How much is left? So, aluminum, 593, ceramics, 97, computer components, 0, copper, 89, food and fruit and vegetable are both 0. Insulating membrane is 0. Liquid oxygen is 669. Power generators is 0. We have 204 polymers. Semiconductors 0. 2547. 62 superconductors. 1810 titanium. And 0 for water and water purifiers. Hey, famished. I am happy to be your background. Skimming, making sure you understand it while working on the grading projects they have to do. Yep. True. And all of us are here to play along when you feel like truly understanding something, so. Provided we understand the concept. Alright, landing pad 11 is on the right side. Okay, so if we want to go to the other place, right, we'll take 119 pesticides, so all of them. 8 power generators. 185 insulating membranes. Small numbers. Water and water purifiers again. Water purifiers, 30. Water? Yep. As much as we can take. There's only 60 of that. Do we have any others that are small potatoes, if you will? 12 computer components. Ooh, and semiconductors. Yeah. Geological? No. 96 grain. We only got 88. How many semiconductors? No, none. Okay. Crop harvesters? Yeah. Okay. So all this stuff can take us over to Shun. Slightly different direction, 0.6 light seconds. Instead of 0.7276, 74. We're just making some quick runs, clear out a few of these, like the really small item stuff. Because I don't really want to deal with this later. Can we clear out of here? 2.4 million. Nice. Alright, 115 agrimedicine, 848 aluminum, 157 bio-waste, 75 ceramic, 48 copper. Crop harvesters are down to 27. Food cartridges, fruit and vegetable, never touched them. 96 grain. 185 insulating membrane is now 0. Liquid oxygen 1094, still the same. Pesticide is 0. Polymer 225. Power generator 0. Steel 1977. Titanium 1499. Water 181, and water purifiers now down to 0. Okay, request docking. Back to Shun.
Standard docking protocols, Commander.
Okay. So now, we want to look at this, and we want to say, what are we going to get for all this, all these, like, little bits, right? We can take 88 grain. It's not actually enough, but it'll get us close. Right, food cartridges and fruit and vegetable. Food cartridges, we need 47. Fruit and vegetable, we need 70. We've got 29. We can throw liquid oxygen in here because we don't have that much. Resonating separators, no. Crop harvesters, the rest of them. Water purifiers are done. Yes. There's water and titanium. But I can hold off on that till we know there's nothing. Or okay, agrimedicine. 115. Take all that. And bio wait, well, we're not gonna make that all. 25 water. Okay, we do have some left. Bio-waste.
Landing plans disengaged. Departure confirmed.
Okay. Agri-medicines down to 0. Bio-waste down to 59. Ceramic is still 75, copper still 48. Crop harvesters are 0. Food cartridges 0. Fruit and vegetable 41. Grain 8. That's gonna be annoying. Because I'm gonna have to find 8 grain somewhere. 1094 for liquid oxygen, 225 for polymers, 1977 for steel, 1499 for titanium, 181 for water. And that is it. Alright, I think we're going to go land at the ship. Probably call it a night here. We'll head over to one of our other friends. I know Dr. Gold is doing some math, but who else? that is us for tonight. We will be heading out to... I don't know any of those people. Ooh. We'll go right over to Christiana Storm, who's a friend of... Mint Toby. So she is currently playing Elite Dangerous. And hopefully not ending. Yes, okay. So she's doing some on-foot missions and probably going and murdering some people. So we'll go and see Christiana Storm. And I hope you will come on in and join with. We will be back tomorrow for mathy type stuff, and then Friday for having some fun with Against the Storm. Probably not going to come in on Thursday. Most likely just going to work on some assets or stuff like that. See if I can get some bit redeems going. Maybe I'll have some of those. We'll see how things go. Alright, see y'all later. My name is Obi-Wan Pez. This is Ensign Plecz Pachinko. Have a good night.